Alright, welcome back everyone. So, last time we made it to Green Earth. We got a couple missions in, but we haven't had a chance to use Jess yet, so kind of excited for that. So hopefully we can at least get through all of Green Earth tonight. The maps are getting kind of sandbaggy there. There's a lot of dead space at the or like dead time at the start where we're not doing anything particularly meaningful, so hopefully that trend doesn't continue. We'll see though. Enemy battleships are in for repairs. Can they be sunk before it happens?
Commander Lash!
The battleships in need of repairs have all been docked. About time. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get started.
Ma'am?
Before that, don't you think we should respond to Commander Hawk's inquiry? He's been waiting.
No.
That guy. What a pain. What do you want again? He was asking about the ETA on those battleship repairs. Can they be done in 30 days?
Yeah.
If by 30 you actually mean 17. Pardon?
Oh.
Oh, I get it. You're not used to my level of brilliance, huh? See, under my direction, those repairs will be done in just 17 days, not 30.
Commander Lash!
The workers, can they really handle a pace like that?
Don't know, don't care.
We'll figure it out. If not, we'll just borrow troops from another CO. I promise I'll send them back without a scratch. Maybe. Probably. Possibly. Anyway, 17 days is all we need.
Okay.
Got it. Now, where are those soldiers we sent to hide the lab map? Tell her she can take her time. Yes. Did it in 15. What challenge?
New intel.
I don't know how proficient Lash is at LPC. The enemy battleships we've been tracking have docked for repairs, so it's time to move. Are you sure about this, Jess? Holding this off with so few troops is no easy feat. Maybe it's best to wait for Eagle to provide reinforcements.
Negative.
Adding more troops will just complicate things and take longer to organize. Time is of the essence here. We must attack before the repairs are done. I can't find fault in that logic, but let's say the enemy tries to capture that airport at the top of the map, which they surely will. They could deploy battlecopters or bombers. At any rate, it's rough seas ahead.
Haha.
Have a closer look, Drake. Those anti-air units of mine are ready for whatever aircraft the enemy sends out. Now, watch me shower those battleships with artillery fire. She's a tank. Tank CO. That's it's a very large tank shell that she's hefting there. Ground vehicles get plus 10 firepower, other units are minus 10. Turbocharge. Her ground vehicle units gain plus 1 to movement and plus 20 to firepower. All your units get plus 10 to defense, and all fuel and ammo are replenished. Ooh, okay. I guess that's why they put some emphasis on her artillery, because auto ammo refill for any of the indirects is nice. And overdrive is plus 2 movement, plus 40 firepower. And then also provides 10 defense and fuel and ammo refill. Sure, seems good. I guess turbocharge is actually probably more proto-will than anything else I've seen in the first 2 games thus far. I like how these battleships are in for repairs, but like they haven't actually taken damage, they're just out of ammo. I guess maybe I should have started capturing that seaport. Although, yeah, I guess if we build a battleship of our own. But, what's our income? No, I think I'd rather go for the factory. What I probably should have done is have the mech here in the APC here. So if I try to put it further forward, it's gonna get shot at. And probably body blocked by that tank. Greener definitely had some odd-looking recons. Because, like, the way they look is what I'd actually picture an APC looking like. Perhaps I'm too Command and Conquer build.
But we're under attack now? That's not fair, we're in the middle of repairs here! What are your orders, Commander Lash? My orders? What do you think my orders are, you twerp? Launch a counterattack! Alright, then we'll need to push back the deadline on repairs by about... Oh no, don't you even think about it. But, the deadline...
Stop saying that!
Just do as you're told, now!
How to do this without everyone getting in each other's way. I'd like to move the medium tank up further, but like this is our most effective way of disabling this enemy. So we can't gang up on it with tanks without being in range of the artillery. So we'll just have to do it like this. You know what? Since these infantry are just not gonna be able to cross the river effectively together, I'm gonna have that one capture. Oh yeah, you know, and Carissa. Thanks for the luck. Yeah, random battleships hemmed in by bridges. It's quite the feat. Don't know how they managed that. Because what I was expecting was to have the enemy to have a bunch of seaports and low health battleships that they were repairing. But instead we get a bunch of full health battleships that just have no ammo. And are also just like stranded in the middle of a bunch of bridges. Aside from the low health tank, nothing you can actually reach if I drop. This mech over here. This change it to the artillery, so that's about 70 damage. Or we could just kill it. But like a 3 health artillery is not doing too much anyway. So let's do this so that our medium tank can attack their regular tank. And then that way Lash has almost no actual firepower here. Actually, there's a chance we just straight up kill this tank and then get to kill the artillery with our other tank. Nah, not quite. Although... Get 'em, boys! Probably terrible for actual scoring, but nothing's quite as funny as cherry tapping at enemy tanks with infantry. It's a Tanagi. Pretty intent on not letting us get that factory right now, though. We can still increase our econ, so I guess we'll do that. Definitely been spending more turns than I'd like at this choke point, but nothing for it really. Wait, this is a rocket. I'm like, wait a second. So it looks like a missile, so I should have really been firing, but that's okay. I guess we can ram the medium tank and the rockets advance. Green Earth's units sure are funky looking. That also does mean that if they build heavy aircraft, we need to be careful since our AAs are technically our only answer to them. Okay, they really didn't like this recon. Perfect. So doing it that way allows us to push up the rest of the tanks. This artillery. So there's no way we disrupt this capture, but we can at least get into a position where we're basically camping whatever she tries to build. I guess we're a little bit rich here, so we could probably just build a battleship of our own. Yeah, she doesn't have a seaport, although that doesn't mean there's not pre-deployed subs, but I guess we'll just have to take the chance. I guess she's protecting the capturing infantry. That's like literally the only thing in range of my units. Nice use of the superpower. Clearly the biggest brain of plays. Never saw it coming. Still have one more turn before the factory is online. So we're gonna accumulate like another 20,000. So we can basically buy any land unit we want. So I think we'll do another battleship. I think next turn we'll probably superpower so that we can push it on. Yeah, push on in on this mini cannon here to try to get it down. And then we either slip past this one or actually try to kill it as well, depending on what their coppers are doing. AMCH. Might actually wait until next turn to make the push here. So if she tries to build anything on the factory, it basically just gets barraged immediately. Fall short of doing a cruiser. Guess we're just waiting. Kinda looks like she might be trying to go in for a HQ capture here. Unless she's trying to go across with this. Which is what I had assumed initially, but it kinda looks like she might be heading down. So I might need to build that cruiser regardless of anything.
Always get what. Overdrive!
Damn, survived. It's annoying. Maybe I should have just led with this and advanced the artillery. Under an 80%. Get owned. Infantry might make more sense here. So if we do the mech in anticipation of moving from here, draw from here, he's gonna be short of reaching this city. So we'll APC the infantry over. I think I'll buy spare anti-air here. Okay, she is going for the seaport. Is fine. By the time she captures and gets anything rolling there, we'll have destroyed most of the battleships. Nice. It's probably more important to get this AA up here. So do that. Bring the tank around the backside. Same with this other artillery. I was leaving them at like 2 or 3%. Who are we, Sonia? Those ships are just locked in the center. They actually are. It's like very questionable how they even got the ships in there. She blocked her own spot with an infantry? That's weird. I guess that might mean there's a bomber incoming soon. Juicy 132%. Absolutely annihilated. Tail Saga. You're updating your PC to your own mobile. Fair enough. Hopefully the patching goes well. Modern patching policy always makes me a little bit wary these days. Could build another artillery here. It might arrive in time to help with the last, like, 1 or 2 battleships. But the medium tanks are doing very little to these things, and wasting a lot of ammo and actually doing so. So it's best if we can make the indirects do all the heavy lifting.
You're so sick.
Using an entire superpower to protect that one health Peacopter. She must really love that Peacopter. I guess it's technically reducing damage on the battleships, too. But I don't know if they'll do anything to meaningfully change anything. Because we're already often missing the kill anyway, so what does it matter? Yesterday you stumbled into a My Hero Academia fanfic that was just, what if Tamamo Cross was in My Hero Academia? It's weird that your first thought was, why Tamamo Cross and not Pico Pegasus? No, I think that's pretty legit. Pico is like, that's basically her entire identity, so it is kind of eyebrow raising. Although it is probably just as simple as the fanfic author's favorite is Tamamo. It's usually how those crossovers go. Because they just want their favorite in, so... it doesn't really matter what the explanation is or who it is. Alright, too much for these infantry to do here, aside from, I guess, disrupt their economy a little, for as much as that actually helps. Oh, wow. You know, I wasn't paying attention, but apparently this guy decided it was a bigger priority to capture the city over the seaport. She is not getting any ships by the end of this map. There was one multiverse fanfic you saw that was like a bunch of horror series like CNC, Rainbow Six Siege, Stargate, and then it had My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Yeah, that was just crossover with literally everything back then, though. That's probably like one of the most unsurprising crossovers at any point. You know, I guess one thing that boxing these in like this does is that I can't just spam a bunch of submarines at the seaport. Because we can't actually reach with them. Let's get these aids out of the way. And our battleship shouldn't have any ammo issues. Build a third battleship so that we can have just like full coverage for just obliterating something from full in case they decide to try to dance around outside range by other indirects. Bold. How much damage is she? Wow, the cruiser actually took quite a bit of damage from that. Bit surprise. So I think if that was a Days of Ruin cruiser, that B-copter would have done barely anything and lost like 80% of its health. Yep, we sure are doing our best Sonya cosplay here. There we go. All cleaned out.
Commander.
Of course, while I was doing that, the ad break snuck up on me, so we'll let that run out before we continue with the story here. You sure crossovers can work if there's enough planning put into how the world's put together? No, I think it's more that the fanfic authors mostly just don't care. And there are people so desperate to buy into it that they just won't think about it. So it quote-unquote works, but only because people are desperate for half-baked writing. I think I've heard the name of that before, but... I haven't been in a fanfic circle in like a decade, so... I'm saying that Fire Emblem and Star Wars would make a poor crossover? You know... Actually, I don't think so. I must send out my Jagan to farm the stormtroopers for experience. There's certainly enough of them. And spammed in the same quantity that Fire Emblem usually spams books. So, it fits together a lot better than you might assume. Especially because the setting has one-man armies like that, too. Commander, the enemy battleships have all been sunk.
Beautiful work.
Now then, prepare to withdraw. Withdraw.
Roger.
We've achieved our objective, haven't we? Let's vanish before they send out more troops. But why, Jess? We basically control everything. The last thing we have to do is grab the airport and they're screwed.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin the retreat at once. Stick and move. That's just like you, Jess.
That's enough.
No sense getting caught up in the moment and sending troops out to get hurt. We've incapacitated the enemy. That's enough for today.
Uh-huh.
When you're right, you're right. I'll help get your troops out there.
You.
What were you doing this whole time? We can't be fixing the battleships if they're all sunk, can we? Oh dear, oh dear. What should we do now? What else is there to do? We fight back with every ounce of strength we've got. They made me mad. Now they're gonna pay. Big time.
Commander Lash.
Well, Commander Wash, it would appear that possibly, spit it out! The enemy's gone. There's no sign of enemy units. It seems they've done what they set out to do and left.
Seriously?
You gotta be joking. They sank my boats? And they just sank my boats and took off? That's just rude. I am so angry!
This should make things a little easier for us.
Jess is the one serious soldier put in a world where everyone is eccentric. It's true. Still annoys me that it tries to count off the coins even though we're capped. Okay, Aji, whatever, go away. Come back to me when you have challenge mode unlocked for me. Oh, right, there was a lab. Forgot about the lab map here, so it was probably... I definitely don't feel like going back, so I'll probably just leave the lab map for challenge mode. Will I ever use the coins? Nah, probably not. Because the shop is really annoying to use. Everything costs almost nothing, so every prompt takes like 10 seconds. It's so jank. So I've just given up on spending anything. Because it's not worth the time or effort. I guess Green Earth just won't get Neotanks this run. Yeah, I guess not, but like, I never built Neotanks anyway, so who cares? Alright, Sammy's been waylaid by Adder. Try to help her out of a bind. Alright, Eagle, this is your chance to redeem yourself. Don't screw it up, I guess. Flash! How's that laser cannon of yours coming? Pretty good. I made a few changes so now I can fire every single day. It's so dangerous. Delicious. And how's Flak holding up? Don't worry about my troops. They've been deployed, just like you wanted. Well, happy day. We'll finally neutralize our enemies entirely, starting with Orange Star. Hey, I got a question. Why is Orange Star even in the picture still? We're in Green Earth now, aren't we? Fuck, my boy. The important takeaway is that those little meddlers are here bearing supplies. They really should know a better way. So, we're watching Assault right now, right? No, my little Viper. Today's strategy is going to be a little different. I'll start by suggesting they surrender. Looks to me like their CO might be a little out of her element. Maybe we can work with that. Come on everyone, stay tough! Green Earth's reinforcements are on the way! Just hang on!
Commander!
We have a message from the Black Hole Army!
Huh?
Is that so? What does it say?
They recommend we surrender.
They're awaiting our response! Surrender! Surrender! Okay, soldier, here's my reply. I want you to take this down, word for word. Black asking the practical question? I mean...
Commander!
Not really. I think it should be obvious. The Orange Star is here because they pissed off the world, so, you know, the entire world's ganging up on them. Commander, we've intercepted a communication in which Black Hole has demanded that Orange Star surrender. I believe Sammy's commanding the Orange Star forces. What was her reply? Let's just say they turned them down. She turned them down hard.
What?
But what exactly did she say? I'd rather not say. It wasn't the most polite response. Be that as it may. I've got an idea. How about I jot it down on this paper and then you can just read it instead? Why, these words form gibberish. It's almost like, oh, it's a picture of someone with the middle finger up.
Commander?
Well, she's certainly an unspoken one. If Blackhole really captures her, they're more the ones to be concerned for. Get anyone who's available and ready for combat. We go now! Sir, the enemy outnumbers us by about... No, there's no reason for us to attack them head-on. We can either pour everything we've got at their laser cannon, or we can start capturing their properties. One of the two strategies. Our goal is to break their siege, nothing more. For the pride of Green Earth, let's save the Orange Star Army! Whoa, Eagle actually thinking intelligently. Impossible. This is probably victory by destroying all 4 laser cannons. Oops. Or capture the HQ. Yeah, it's probably easier to just destroy the laser cannons. My question is how Sammy got into a situation like this. This area has almost no strategic value. No factories or anything. We also decide not to deploy much for infantry. I guess we'll see how aggressively this stuff moves. We'll keep the AAs on this side. And then I guess the fighters handle the left. What can we do with this recon? Probably not much of anything. We can maybe see if we can push up the right side in case they're going for this factory capture, but like, Even with the recon's movement and the road, I don't think we're reaching it in time. I guess it'll depend on how stupid Flack is. Is it Flack? No, Adder. It'll depend on how stupid Adder decides to be with his infantry's movement. Question is... what are we most worried about here? Because as far as ground units go, the closest one is its AA. And then air-wise, it's like everything could just come in if they wanted to. So there's almost no sense in moving anything around here right now. I guess we'll move the mechs up so they can body block to protect either of the indirects if it becomes an issue. If they have no interest in attacking my base at the top section, I guess I'll bring the A's across to the left. There's a lot of the planes down here to eventually make their way up. Depending on if this bomber overextends, then Sammy's just gonna knock him down, and there shouldn't be an issue. Because then all it takes is a couple of B copters from Eagle to clean up these copters, and the fighters can't attack anything that Sammy has. I guess what we can do is get at least one of these choppers into the blind spot on his missiles. Off the cuff? Probably Sensei's. So I can't really afford to buy too much here. This is probably another infantry and a mech. So let's drop this here. Infantry can start capturing, and then we'll set the mech to get picked up by the transport for the next turn. There's really not much for enemy areas left there. So maybe we push the AAs up the right side. We'll probably be looking to advance up here with the mech from the chopper, or with a chopper too. Oops. Just realized I've left this in range, that AA in range of this, so... Well, it's annoying, but whatever. choppers are really coming in. Lasers covering each other is also kind of annoying. Basically shuts down the missiles. Yeah, it's kind of tempting to go into on the laser cannon right now at the chopper, but we don't have enough damage. So it's probably better to kill this so that we have more units that, or more choppers to come up to take out Adder's choppers.
I think that's Adder's only fighter. So once that's gone, you all should have a fairly easy time clearing this stuff out. $7,000 doesn't give us a whole lot to work with here. I guess we put a mech in the APC, maybe say the 4,000, so we could get another chopper, maybe. Yeah, it'd be enough for another chopper. There's nothing else with even half enough of movement to reach anywhere close to the center in a meaningful amount of time otherwise. So, yeah, I don't think we're gonna do too much with ground units. There's basically nothing this rockets can do here. Like, it's just stranded and about to die. So protect the missiles. So I can maybe get a shot off at one of these before most of the rest of the team gets overrun here. Then Eagle will have to jump in and clean up what remains of the enemy. So that... I guess Sammy might have most of the mechs survive, depending, because everything else is much higher priority and the APC is going to get bombed. So the mechs probably survive, and then the missiles probably also are okay. As we'll see.
Delicious. Sidewise!
Sidewinder!
I don't think Sidewinder is doing too much here, just because, like, all of his units can already reach Sammy, as far as the air units go. Also, that guy could already reach the factory, so that didn't really matter either. I guess the T-Copter gets... T-Copter is plural, get further out for whatever he's seeking. Alright, I guess the copter went first, so the missiles is about to get bombed because the APC is dead. Okay, that's a very distracted fighter. So, shockingly, they let the AA alone. How'd the missiles live? The low roll, I guess. Commander, we successfully joined up with the Orange Star Army.
Yes!
Superb! Now, don't lose sight of our purpose here. Guard the Orange Star CO and her troops. Yeah, it had to have been a low roll, because it's like, ooh, 1-star defense from the planes. Probably not doing too much for us there. That missile is absolutely dead on the next turn, though. We don't have... Well, we could probably protect it with the mechs, but the mechs are probably actually more valuable, because... If worse comes to worse, if we can clear a corner, we can just have one of the mechs try to flee over the mountains. Whereas the vehicles are very much not getting out of here. But I guess we can... If we kill this and then have this copter attack here, from here we can sort of protect the missiles. It's not like the missiles will be able to actually do anything anymore, but... We could technically protect it and like move this guy to this corner so the AA can finish off the bomber. It's probably about as good a plan as any, so let's do that. Nah, Lightning Drive doesn't allow for an actual Blitzkrieg. Because we need Lightning Strike to get
the extra turn. So you have to actually charge up to the superpower. Well, nerfed, quote-unquote, because he no longer takes a defense penalty when he activates his, either of his versions of his power. So it's not the worst trade-off. There's a lot of missiles in this corner. I think we'll move this other bomber up to protect Sammy's ground units against the tanks. These are all coming in. I don't think we really need that fighter. Or do we? So we have a fighter and 3 choppers here. Which basically kills all the remaining enemy choppers, or wounds them enough that they're not super threatening. So I think we can spare this fighter just to finish off the transport and come back after. Or the one that's dogging our transport. It's really not going to disrupt it for long here. We can still do 10% damage to one of the choppers despite, like, his missiles being on 1% health. Amazing contribution. Hey, Jirate. Oh, rip missiles. They got off one last shot before dying. Okay, well I guess that... No, the tank did come down. I was like, did that tank just decide it no longer wanted to pick a fight with anything? That does not seem to be the case. I think I'll just injure the artillery. This is not really going to be practical to try to delay this by more than one turn. Okay, I think next turn is our lightning drive turn. So it should allow us to get two of the laser cannons, and then we just gotta swing around and snipe the last one afterward. could go for the kill or I could join up here. I think I'm gonna join them. It's not like that one hit point one's gonna do too much to us anyway. Yeah, I think the battle over the properties is gonna fairly quickly just become irrelevant. Yeah, well, the Adder's ground troops have just been hanging out over here. They could have tried to come in. They'd probably be actually pushing in on us if they actually bothered by this point, but they just haven't. Like, this central part would be more, like, way tougher if these two tanks and AAs actually pushed us, but they just have decided they won't. So that's probably something that on challenge happens. They'll probably push down with the entire force. Yeah, see, those ground units are massing at the top choke point, but they just aren't doing anything. No mercy, no escape. I don't think this recon can roll high enough to kill this. But the infantry wasn't able to kill back either. Now, there's actually something I'm curious about. Needs to be a non-infantry. We'll probably just build a tank here, I guess. Or maybe if... let's just do a recon. So I want to see if this newly built unit gets to act off of my lightning draw or lightning strike. There's nothing in the rule saying it can't.
Sammy, I've made mistakes before, but I'm going to make it all up to you. Starting right here, right now. Lightning strike!
Man, why would I green Neotank? I don't have the money for it, and they're usually not useful anyway. Yep, it does get to go! I've created my own ambush spawn recon. To proceed to not really do anything, but... it still did it. Science has been served. I can't imagine we can just kill this with... Actually, the second chopper can't reach anyway, so there's like no way. Yeah, we only do 28% damage with this. No shot. So like... we're just patient for one more turn, then the bomber gets this last one. Well, also just in time to drop this guy off so he won't be able to capture. I guess if Batter is actually smart enough to block me, then we can't end it on this turn. But I don't think he is. Because all that stuff hanging out here could theoretically surround all four sides to make it harder to get at it.
A battle with me. Sidewinder!
That 1 AA might... Let's see, 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I think we can reach my 9 hit point B-copter. That's fine if he does that. It's irrelevant. Or maybe he couldn't? Question mark? Well, either way. Anything interesting we can hit here? Let's close the map out. Are you alright, Sammy? Eagle, so it was you who saved us. I'm afraid I must apologize. I never meant to be a burden on Green Earth. Don't say something so foolish. We were trying to bring you supplies, and we let ourselves get surrounded. Everyone makes mistakes. It all turned out just fine, right? So, don't worry about it. Yes, but... Sammy, I'm not just saying this to save your wounded pride. Orange Star came here to fight alongside Green Earth. That alone has raised the morale of our troops more than you know. Thank you, Eagle. I should be thanking you. We're very grateful for the supplies. I think they'll ease our burden a bit. Eagle.
The enemy shall not be permitted a moment's rest.
To Eagle Face, he is very smug. Navy versus Air. Drake's Navy versus Hawk's Air Force. Who will come out on top? This sounds like it might be a bad matchup for Drake, depending. But... Sea units are just at so much of a disadvantage. Lash, is the airport completed? Yep, built to your specifications, but... But what? Are you sure you want a standard airport? Let me add some options. Options? What are you talking about? I'm glad you asked. For starters, how about a brand spanking new self-destruct system? Boo! Your lack of imagination's unnecessary. If it's ready, I'd like to use it now. The enemy is close at hand. Fine! Go ahead and enjoy your extra boring airport. Yeah. Seats are very overpriced and very overspecialized. Especially since cruisers can't attack other sea units in this game, too. What? The enemy's built an airport?
Sir.
Well, almost. You'll finish it shortly, sir. You mean to tell me you didn't notice this earlier? They must have hidden it somehow. Besides that, they built it in an unusually short amount of time. Remarkable speed, really. I see. Well, that's quite the valuable intel in itself. Good work.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. They must have realized I'm the only one who can sail these waters. Planes versus boats. Air units do have powerful advantages, but I'm not sunk yet. This sea dog's got a few tricks up his sleeve. You know, I don't know why Drake's so concerned about one airport when there's like 5 in this top right corner. I think he needs to look at the bigger picture. I kind of want to bring both infantry. But if I don't bring the AA, those choppers can basically fly over and start mashing them. They're gonna get the middle island if I can. Because if I can get a foothold on these factories. Otherwise, if we let him cross the bridge and take all this is gonna be problematic. But man, that's a long walk for an infantry. Especially since the transport's gonna take... Yeah, it's gonna take 2 more turns just to land the damn thing. I guess what I could do is if I take the airport, I can build a T-copter and bring them down. Maybe that's what we do. Although either way, these cruisers are not really positioned to protect anything. This free deployment sucks. Dual Strike changed it so cruisers can hit other C units. That makes sense. Because I'm used to them being able to attack other C units because of Days of Ruin carrying that change forward. Yeah, battleships have some decent stuff going for them, it's like... The stuff that's supposed to protect them are so overpriced that it's just like, I really, really don't want to invest in any of that. This is really bad. These choppers just cover everything, and the cruisers lose if the choppers initiate. So maybe I go for trying to do something with the bottom after all, because at least this AA can contribute and takes fairly low damage from the choppers. Problem is that these cruisers are basically useless. Unless these B-coppers just overextend. We won't be able to move in a way where they can't just keep moving so they get the initiation. And we're too poor to do literally anything to help our army out here. Because any land units I could build would require another lander, and that's 12k, so it's just like... Yep, this sure is the early game that really has nothing that we have any agency over. Thinking about cruisers, why can they even transport copters? What's the point? Yeah, I don't know, I guess it's... Is it just one of like those thematic things where they added it because cruisers could do that normally? Or like in real military or something? Some of only reinforces that naval units are terrible. Like, yep. DS had the Black Boat, which transports infantry for cheap and can repair units. So 1 HP costs gold, mostly just a single target resupply. Most useful DS unit, exclusive unit by far. Okay. So those must have gotten repurposed into the cheaper, less support-oriented gunboat later then. Because the gunboat does a lot to make Days of Ruins see stuff a bit more palatable, although still not great. But at least tries. Alright, so these went up. So I guess we'll try to have the cruisers distract them. We're just gonna take a bajillion damage here. Because even when we get to initiate, they have twice as many choppers as our cruisers. So we're gonna get pummeled and probably be on the losing end. Like, all these cruisers are probably gonna sink by the end, and he'll probably have 1 or 2 choppers left. We can't afford to just sit here and try to turtle, because that'll accomplish absolutely nothing. So we're going in for the sack plays. Yeah, I'll probably do Dual Strike at some point down the line. But it might be quite some time before I decide I want to. At least these cruisers one-shot copies are a very overpriced anti-air, pretty much. It's like, that's why I'm complaining about these cruisers compared to the Days of Ruin version, where I'm pretty sure they buffed the armor up so that cruisers have a way better matchup against copters. Or if the copter tries to initiate, then it's on the losing end in that game. Which makes sense, since the cruiser is like a super specialized anti-air unit that costs almost twice as much as the copter, so... What do I want to do here? I could bring another AA. But that would be squeeby. I have to spend all my money on a second lander and then another AA. And then, like... I guess we could bring a recon? And then while those come down here to help secure the area, we can have this lander bring 2 more infantry across. I might actually even interrupt capturing this so that I can move the lander up and get these 2 in and moving earlier. That feel when you willingly build a recon on a non-fog map. Yeah, anti-airs can fire on other tanks, and like they can kill infantry too. That's a really important job. You're curious about the B-copter versus cruiser damage table between games? You know, you gotta be kind of interested to see a comparison too. Recons have occasional use on non-fogs as an early game way to poke the opponent's infantry. Yeah, but that's only like extremely specific maps that have a ton of roads, because their movement on any other terrain is just hot garbage. It's embarrassing. You're thinking more for War Room than campaign? I mean, like that's just like anything in general, because Days of Ruin has that too, where there's a handful of trial maps or multiplayer maps where the recons are useful if you're trying to do that, but like how percentage-wise, how many maps is that out of everything? So it's just they're so Omega over-specialized. We're gonna give up extra turns of econ here so that we can get these infantry moving. It's like this lone guy is he's gonna have a time. Although it looks like because Hawk more or less threw his choppers away, we should be able to get the factory capture without too much issue. But still, if nothing else, there's all these cities back here for those infantry to capture. Or we could go for the airfield. Either or, so I want to get them going sooner rather than later. But let's be honest, even if I captured this sooner, like, what would we have built from it? Absolutely nothing. You recall seeing a hack of Advanced Wars 2 that let cruisers fire on other ships and ground units. You think with the anti-air damage table, so they could actually stop port or shoreline city captures. Also, non-lander ships could go travel across beaches and bridges for 2 movement costs. So is the basic seeing actually dangerous cruisers? That sounds pretty funny. Wow, that cruiser hanging by a thread. I'm not even sure if I want to repair it, because it's so expensive and it's probably not even going to do that much. But I guess we'll send it back just in case. wonder how scared they'll act if I'm just sitting here with this AA. Well, there's nothing covering this artillery, so I definitely just want to jump it, I guess, even though I could actually go here to disrupt this capture, but that would just let the artillery enter and start causing problems. So let's do this so that it's not capable of really threatening too much. Go forth, Rule Recon. Prove your worth. This island has a road straight through it. Do something for me. Yeah, we definitely want to disrupt that airport capture.
Please hold your applause to the end.
Thanks for being the gremlin. He's building tanks, so... Could respawn with a medium. Oh, also this chopper just decided to sit out in the open so we can kill it. Nice job, Hawk. Well, the recon and this AA arrived just in time for us to actually start building stuff from our base. It's so dumb how long that took. These landers are so overpriced. You know, fine, we'll repair the cruiser. At least get it to the point where if this one gets damaged, they can join up, I suppose, in the field instead of having to go all the way back to a seaport. Is he gonna do it? Nope, he is not. I'm kinda surprised they didn't go for the superpower there. An argument towards placing that cruiser next to the other and joining for free gold. Yeah, I guess I could have used that to refund the one durability left. I think we've successfully disrupted him getting a real foothold here. What do I want to do here? I don't think I want to be spamming medium tanks. So we probably do a normal tank. The further we push out, the more mobility starts to matter. And one medium is enough to just completely discourage this tank from doing anything. I think we got enough AAs for the moment, so unless he starts really spamming area nets, I don't think we need to build more. So yeah, I think we'll do standard tank. The recon that's supposed to be anti-infantry, but only does half damage even when Drake's with Drake's debuff factored in. Yep. Yeah, that's the problem with recons in general. Is that money-wise they don't trade efficiently. Alright. Sure, that seems like a perfectly reasonable usage of your artillery. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that the recon disruption is pretty weak. So you can do an extreme early game play with it when everyone's poor, but otherwise it's just not really an efficient use of resources otherwise. I guess the part of the issue with early recon disruption is you're spending 4K to maybe prevent a similar income from your opponent. Yeah, I think the big thing for me that makes it so that so that there's a case where I actually do want to do an early recon push is usually if it's going to mess up an enemy factory or airport push. Otherwise, if it's just to disrupt the city, it's kind of eh. Let's double check here. His Ariats are the main ones that take a hit here. Yeah, actually, he doesn't have a ground unit debuff, so it's just that recons are that bad. Rip recons. Green Earth has a nice air, sea, land theme going. It's a shame sea is so much worse than the others. Yeah. That'd just be how sea units be, though. Are we gonna see the superpower now? Nope. He was super trigger happy with it on the first Reich map against him. But now he's just hanging back and not doing anything. It's curious. That prevents him from getting other vehicles over here. Now we might as well damage the APC while we're at it. He'll probably retreat it and waste money repairing it. Yeah, the recon did something! It's a miracle. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not using Drake's power right now, because will almost assuredly just use his power to counter it. So I've been holding it to even the odds, except he's not using his. Which is why I'm like, question mark? I saw that text and I'm like, oh, is he using it now? But nope, still not using it. It's just him remarking on how he's apparently failed to do anything against us by being completely passive. Shocking. So this bridge working in our favor also works for him, since he's now just camping it with a rocket. So we might have to build a battleship to break through. Actually, especially since all these woods here, it makes it so that even a tank's not gonna be able to reach this very easily. Actually, no, forget the battleship, I'll probably just build a bomber. It's cheaper and better. They even tried to take the northern island. Yeah, the T-copter came down here. Because he dropped an infantry to try to take this airport. So something about enabling units when bombers are better even on Drake. Yep. I mean, this map is just not really designed in a way where we can reach very well. So even if I did build a battleship, it needs to spend 2 turns moving inland so it can support things, whereas the bomber just goes in, and that's it. Like, that's... If we're being fair here, too, it's not just the Drake problem, because even with Days of Ruin trying to rebalance it to be better, it still has its problems, where It's like, oh wow, Gage is also a naval commander, and I really don't care about the Navy bit for the most part. Or Greyfield. It's like, wow, okay. Sure. Don't care. Yes, unfortunately, we didn't fix how bad and overpriced naval units are displayed, introducing black boats, which are good, but they're just utility, and making cruisers able to fire on other ships. Yes, it had carriers, which are basically sea missiles, if you recall correctly, the most expensive unit in the game. You think they're 30k? Oof. Yeah, I think Days of Ruin dropped the carrier price to like 28,000, but you still need to individually build the seaplanes. And they have their uses, but it's like, wow, man, I had to invest 50,000 into actually making this carrier functional. So it's fine for when the enemy is turtling, but otherwise it's just the practicality of carriers is just not good. In terms of general use. And also, I might add that Days of Ruin is the game where they changed battleships so they can move and attack. And while that makes them strong, map design typically still makes it so that they actually can't contribute that much a lot of the time. You don't think you've ever built a carrier aside from this map as one? Might as well waste my money. Yeah, the times I usually end up building it is because the enemy is just sitting in the back with like 3 or 4 bombers or rockets or both. So it's like, okay, I guess we need something to help break this siege. Or in maps that don't have airports, and it's like, we absolutely need air units. It's like, damn, I guess I'll build seaplanes. Yeah, despite all that Days of Ruin attempted to do to help the Navy out, it still wasn't enough. If there's any other option, 99% of the time, I'd rather build other unit types.
Farewell.
Oh, is he using? He's using it! It took him forever, but he finally decided to use Black Storm. You did the thing, yeah! Congratulations, Hawk, you learned how to use your CO power. Yeah, Neo tanks are all for sure just better than I guess then in Days of Ruin it's war tanks. That I guess those are the final iteration of mega tanks. Cause yeah, they got, wow, 4 movement, a bit of extra firepower, but trying to get them anywhere is awful. So I only ever built them really as memes. And, I guess they technically have some use on the final map against Calder, just because of tile space economy to attack the lasers and whatever, but it's not because they're good units, it's just because the map is kind of designed around making them do stuff. Yeah, 4 movement Y. You should play Days of Ruin at some point. Would recommend. He did do a fair amount of damage to my economy since I had to repair all this stuff, including the bomber. Otherwise, though... It kinda seems like he's stuck in that phase where he wants to do nothing but spam infantry. I think disrupting that early airport capture just broke his AI. I think we'll build... I'm gonna build another mech and infantry. It's him using that there did sort of disrupt my speed of capture, so I want to get these cities sooner rather than later. Strange that doesn't have a hard campaign. Yeah. Well, Hawk is now feeding infantry into the meat grinder. What a brilliant tactician that. Now, I might legit need an APC here too, just to rearm everyone since we haven't been able to capture the cities too quickly. Rip the recon. Running away now. Might need more than one bomber. So if he keeps just throwing infantry into the meat grinder here, it's gonna jam up the bridge and we won't actually be able to get at him.
Anchors away!
Gonna range tonight, so no gas station walk.
Typhoon!
Flame Drake. So even if he gets his superpower charged up, at best those rockets will have 2 or 4 health, so it's not a huge deal in terms of his potential damage. Actually... we can clear these out, which we should be able to. See if this AA can end up killing this, which lets the tank get at the rockets to finish it off. Am I slowing myself? I think I might be slowing myself down with my own storm. Well, yeah, so much for that. Or no, wait, this is, yeah, this is woods, never mind. So we're a bit short, that's fine. Well, this bomber might not end up doing anything, but we'll see. Yeah, his economy is demolished. He's only got 8,000 funds at a time here. Hey, it's gonna be less, because these infantry get repaired and cost him some money. Then he wants the incur is acceptable. Yeah, all those infantry you've been throwing into the meat grinder, right? Wow, brilliant! Only 8,000 funds and he's like, I'll build a T-copter. So I'll clear this out with a tank. So I want the bomber to hit this. Get rid of it for good. I guess I'd rather have the medium tank ticking point here. These woods are really annoying. This map out here being like, ah, yes, it's gonna be sea versus air. Well, actually, it's air versus air. They have aired, whatever. Indeed. What? Now this is just getting stupid. I use body blocking with infantry and I just die. It's like, okay. But what are you actually accomplishing? Hey, hi, Brooke. Have a nice day. I guess they did build that beacopter. We can just, He actually can't even reach us, even if I move the bomber. Can't reach the artillery. Oh, the backdoor play. We'll never see that coming. Reminds you of the GBA AI that insists on building APCs and landers if they don't already have one. Even when they're losing, if you destroy their lander, they'll waste 12k on another. Incredible. Wow. We low rolled that one, huh? This poor infantry gets to just die. Die to firing squad. One HP and no dream. Almost feel bad for him. Almost. Actually, it's technically even worse for him, too, because it's 1% health there, so it's like 0.1 HP and no dream. Advanced War mechanics don't allow 1 HP units to do much, unless it's the 1 HP Sammy infantry. It can actually be a threat if her super's ready. Yeah, and in theory, I guess Sonya's units have 1 hit points on the counterattack. As long as they survive down to the 1 hit point, they can still deal full counterattack damage, but I guess how often is that gonna come up? Because, you know, for that to happen, people have to actually want to play Sonya. Oh, naval units repelling a superior air force. No, see, Hawk? You not paying any attention is why you lost. Do you see any other naval units here than that stupid cruiser that's just been hanging out doing almost nothing most of the game? Quite a feat. It seems I may have underestimated my opponent.
This war is far from over, though. The only battle I have to win is the final one.
Uh-huh.
Sir.
The enemy is retreating on all fronts. Looks like we won. You mean to tell me I showed up for no reason?
Woo!
Eagle, back to lend a hand, eh? I heard the enemy has mainly air units. I left the front under the command of the sub-commander, but it looks like I was worried for nothing. Oh, I just got lucky. No, I believe it was more than luck. Yeah, it was decided to use air units instead of those crappy naval units. You played Sonya recently because you were the host, so you said the fog of war, and you still lost. Rip. Sammy's is one of those slow-charging, game-changing powers, kind of comparable to Eagle's, but Sammy's requires more setup and takes another turn. Yeah, a lot more setup. Yeah, Eagle's coming to see why Drake is making air units. It's true. Eagle's like, I see you have discovered what is actually superior. GG easy, yeah, apparently. Oh, so... Drake, you're a gifted tactician. You ought to give yourself more credit. Again, you do realize you defeated an army comprised of mainly air units, right? Why, yes. And we used largely air units to break the siege. It's nothing you or Jess couldn't have done. I'm not really a... I finally figured it out. It's your humility that everyone finds so darn endearing, Drake.
Oh, look at that. We finally won.
Poor Sonia, she's supposed to be the smart one, but she has 2 broken COs as her allies. Meanwhile, she has fog powers and bad luck. Yep. Yeah, Sonia's constant low rolling when we were using her was infuriating. Constantly leaving the enemy with 1 to 3% health left. When we should have been overkilling them by like half a hit point was just... Yep, that was sure a thing. Rain of Fire. The enemy forces are set up along an active volcano. Can Green Earth stop them without suffering a burn? At least she's not black in that regard. I mean, sure, but they're both bad. We have Sonia, who's bottom of the barrel, and then Flax somehow found a way to open the bottom of the barrel so he could go further. Oh, Hawk! Your buddy Flack just showed up. But why? He's scheduled to be implementing my plans elsewhere in Green Earth right now. He said he's got something to talk to you about. If you recall correctly, Flak actually has negative average damage compared to ordinary luck. I mean, functionally it's similar, right? Because we definitely had several funny engagements where it showed the missing animation because Flak dealt 0 damage. So even though the mechanics might be different, they might as well, like, functionally they're basically the same. Just engages like garbage.
Very well.
Send him in. Yes, Black. What is it? Heard you were launching an attack. Yes. Near the volcano. Yes, that's correct.
Oh boy.
Sounds pretty dangerous. Which is precisely why we're doing it. The volcano disrupts the air currents, rendering our enemies unable to use their best troops. Their air force. Yeah, but there's lava flying everywhere. Our own troops are being injured too. Hold on a second. Why does Flat care? He's the one who constantly throws his units under the bus. And that means exactly what to you and I. Any losses that we incur are acceptable in the name of victory. It's a casualty with honor. Okay, but The strength of the enemy forces attacking my front.
Yes.
Ah, I see now. This is all about you. Pretending to be concerned about troop welfare when it's about saving your own hide. No, that's... Before you question my plans again, I suggest you win a battle with one of your own devising. Ooh, sick burn! Oh, I mean, I was just thinking about how lava's going to make little people pancakes. It appears the enemy is preparing an attack near the volcano. What are you going to do, Eagle? You can't fly anywhere near that thing? In that case, I'll just have to meet our foe on the ground. Hold on, Eagle. You know you're not at your best on the ground. Ground combat's my specialty. Let me take care of this.
Really?
What? Stop right there. We have to be strategic about... Yeah, which is why she wants to take care of it, Eagle. Being strategic. She's already gone, man. Just who does she think she is? When did she become Commander-in-Chief? Eagle just does have a point. Let her handle this. Yes, I know she's right, but she should let me give the order. Wow, Eagle. I mean, okay, chain of command is kind of important, but also, settle down. Alright, so Hawk's got 6k as well. You know, this might actually be one of those maps where I build a recon. Jess, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Huh?
Eagle, what is it? I've learned the lava from the volcano falls in a consistent pattern. The lava from the erupting volcano falls in a consistent pattern. Okay. If you pay close attention, perhaps you could predict it and even use it to your advantage.
Good intel.
Oh, that's good intel. Thanks. And Jess, it's dangerous out there. Don't be too hasty. May luck be on your side. What? Okay then, it just hits the entire map in patternistic places. Got it. Black had a pointed eagle doesn't. Yes. Really? I'm glad the pattern hits exactly where the recon can move. They did that on purpose. Also, I like how it's apparently not hitting the right side for the most part. It's like, wow, sure would be great if Puck was actually hit by any of this stuff. I also hate having to do APCs with the transport here. This would be so much better with bikes. Though I suppose APCs do have one thing going for them in that it protects the infantry inside from the volcano. Well, his APC got hit, but that's basically no consequence. I guess it looks like there's only 2 turns with the patterns. Pretty much no matter what I do here, he's gonna have the initiative in capturing this factory. So capturing that city on the right in the middle is going to be a pain too. Because we're going to have to time it exactly, otherwise they'll take extra turns. think we have to do this to disrupt them. Force them to attack my recon with a tank to get it off of the factory. That should give us the advantage in capturing first. I'm gonna continue building tanks just to help the right side out. Or at least, I'll build a tank here. What we'll probably have to do is start splitting the funds afterwards.
That's the Death Knight.
Actually, So this will depend on if this goes north or not. If this goes north, I'll have to start building mechs here to protect the properties. Otherwise, I might still keep trying to reinforce with extra tanks down here. I guess Stern would probably qualify. is gonna turn into a bit of a bloodbath down here. It looks like he's not concerned with sending things up here, since AA went south. So we're gonna take artillery fire on this tank, our tank. But this defangs his tank, which means that my two other ones coming up behind are gonna be a lot stronger. How much do we want to invest in the north section? So I think we still want to keep the tanks going to help out the south. So I think for now we're just doing extra infantry. Get our economy up and disrupt him from capturing anything else. Because he's not sending anything heavier either. So for now, I think we're concentrating on wrestling this factory away from him. Yeah, CS fighting directly is very much War Groove. Oh, really? The artillery's going after my infantry. They're not even capturing, but sure, I guess. He's got a rockets there now. We might have to actually start putting some effort into the top. What else can we bring here? We could bring our own artillery, I guess. It's gonna take a while to actually get into the field. We need to actually have stuff up here now, too. So far outside of that one APC, the AI has not been hit by volcanic attacks. It's getting real messy. Reminds me of a custom CO in an Advanced Wars 2 hack where it's something like, you can't start their turn on woods, even if they move out, they deal extra damage, and CO power summons fog. Could be interesting, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're doing a whole lot up here, which actually means if I did build like a tank, I might be able to force them to divert, but otherwise... Yeah, this is looking kind of bad down here. Alright, we do have ads sitting. I'm gonna go refill my drink. It's been 4 hours and I'm running out of water, so I will be right back. Alright, now we're back. So let's see. Yeah, this is a huge mess. And he's able to afford to spawn all this more expensive crap up here too. It's not gonna help things. If we can get the supercharged, we might be able to break through at the tanks, but... Actually... Does this all still hit infantry? Nah, it's only ground units, or ground vehicles. So yeah, I don't think the mechs are really going to be able to close in on the artillery, unless they attack really stupidly. You can see about taking these properties away from him, though, to maybe make his manufacturing worse. We're still like 4 turns out of any of that. Yeah, I don't think this is not really working. Like, I could build a medium tank, but then that wouldn't really do all that much. Like, it basically, defensively, it stopped them from getting in on us, but then what? Like, they could easily set up the artillery and the rockets. But I don't think we need too much of anything up here. So I think we can afford to do the medium tank here and see what we can make of this. artillery is gonna take forever to get up here, though. Taking heavy losses here, but oh, that artillery also positioned in the place that got hit. So this is the second time the entire map the enemy has gotten hit by that. That's actually kind of helpful. He's gotta be close as... No, I guess he's not a super yet. So, we're gonna have to be careful, because there's a danger of that happening. Gotta do more tanks, but like... This is not an attrition that we're winning here. really, all he needs to do is keep spamming artilleries. He's got another tank incoming, too. We can't really do mechs here, just because like, it'd take forever the mech line to get up. I don't think a second artillery is gonna do too much here. Rockets would be kind of best, but we can't really... We can't afford that now. So yeah, it might have to be a tank, but... This is not really sustainable. We're gonna have to figure something out. Hey, Mozart, thanks for the love. That artillery stayed there, so it's gonna get smoked. Or no, it'll be next turn that gets hit. I think we should be able to break through here if we use our super. Kill this, medium tank kills here, and then we can injure the rockets, which will be a big win for us.
Press on! Overdrive!
I think we're basically having this artillery come up here just to sack it so that it pulls other indirects in the tank off of attacking our other tanks. Well, it's about as good as it gets. So I have to see if this actually lets us break the bottom section. Seems like he's at least more concerned about our mech push up top. Okay. So he blocked his own factory in order to get repairs on the artillery. Wow, they completely left my artillery alone. That is not something that was on my bingo card. How do we want to play this then? So we can kill this rockets, and kill the artillery, attack this, and block the factory. I guess as it turns out, maybe the answer was medium tank spam. Okay. We're not doing any capturing here, but we're basically forcing him to take bad trades with his vehicles. So that works for me. Probably superpowering here.
Farewell.
Yep.
Black Storm.
It's unfortunate, but not surprising. Can't afford another medium tank here, but I think we can start making mechs now. Since we've broken the choke point. And we can maybe divert our funds to fighting all that crap up top now. You lucked out, the rain forecast is no longer. Hooray, Drake has been defeated. See what I can do up top with that. But the main thing is taking pressure off so that the bottom team pushes through. Because now it's going to be very difficult for him to disrupt me up top and deal with the medium tank spam. You're in too deep. You started watching Cinderella Grey while you wait for the Blender animation, or for Blender animations to render. I mean, it's a pretty good anime. Recon getting in on us like that was not great. Or rather, I guess killing the capture instead of the tank being baited into it. Ending, these infantry might be able to do something. He did save a bunch of cash. I'm not sure if he's gonna try to build a medium tank or rockets. I guess we'll see. He bought... an artillery and a regular tank. Okay. That's silly. I should have blocked that with a 3 health tank there. I was like, I'm reserving that for this, and then I didn't use it. Oh well. I guess if he chooses to build something in the middle of a bunch of medium tanks, he's basically throwing it away anyway. Wait, he's not dead yet. Okay, well they built a mech, and then he's not supported by anything. So yeah, basically just throwing a bunch of money away. I think there's too much you can do here at this point. Maybe I'll bring a medium tank up the top side too. Oh wow, that artillery actually got hit there. Basically over at this point. So we're also about to take a ton of economy away from him. He doesn't have a lot of mechs, but if we wanted to, we could really rush them down.
I always give 100%!
Speak to you too, Kirby.
Overdrive!
How close is he? Yeah, I should finish off this medium tank. Oh yeah, this APC hasn't been doing anything. Because it does have an infantry, but I guess he's just given up. Close it in. He doesn't have much left that he can do, and he's losing a lot of money to repairing all this stuff that we just damaged too. Your friends have been playing a shitty SRPG City remake of Gaiden on Steam that somehow released post Echoes? Called Valencia Saga Sophia's Rebirth? Huh. Wait, the final map is larger than a map in Genealogy? That doesn't sound like a remake so much as just like randomly doing stuff. Nice 565, Itakiri. Appreciate the support. And hello. We actually didn't quite push him to superpower there. Oh, the APC finally decided to let that infantry out. Thanks, Hydrate. I see you found the Bepis. It's a remake plot-wise, just a name change to avoid copyright. I mean, it's just outright sussy to go ahead and plagiarize someone like that. It doesn't, it's not something that would sound sussy so much as it is sussy, right? I mean, what, plagiarized flop, so... What else is there to really say about it?
Are you prepared? Black Storm.
Ah, yes, Black Storm with his 3 infantry. I guess I'll probably kill a few of my tanks, but otherwise it's like... not getting a whole lot out of this. percent. I guess that's just what happens with optional stuff that's meant there for if they have time, right? Finish the Azure Rune with Crusher and Attas. Run with baits around. Nice. Actually, maybe I should use that infantry. Alright, since I guess we're in ads now, I'm gonna go refill my water and then we'll finish this off after and view the story stuff, so be right back. Alright, and we're back. Let's finish this. It would appear they made quite the showing. Very well. We shall withdraw for now.
All right.
Let the other troops know that they fought well in the harsh conditions, and I'm quite proud of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that was top-notch stuff! Oh, I couldn't possibly take credit. It was all the soldiers doing. I simply nudged them along. Well, you got one thing right. Eagle stole that bilge. But your nudging wasn't all that bad. In fact, if you continue on this path, Green Earth might not make a total mockery of ourselves. Oh my word, Eagle. Eagle, where do you think you're going this time? Yes, this may be hard to believe, but I think that was his way of paying you a compliment. I know that. I was just wondering if he couldn't find a better way to do it.
Looks like I survived another day.
That's just Eagle for you. Well, let's get some proper dialogue box in the net S rank. Yeah, I think there's a couple of those where like they sneak one in or so.
Hey there!
Great sea battle, oh boy. Well, battle's here, destroy the pipe to the factory. Yep, there sure are a bunch of seaports. The enemy has finished establishing their field HQ. So, when it's come to this, we're off to bay against their own factory. Hawk. Here, Lord Sturm.
Hawk, explain yourself.
The enemy has repeatedly routed you and your wretched companions. And here you are, cringing like a dog with a tail between its legs. Protect my factory at any cost. If you fail, you will know no peace and no forgiveness, cur.
Yes, my lord.
I understand, my liege. The factory will see no harm. Alright, at this point, nothing's stopping us from beginning our assault on the enemy factory. Can we really handle this by ourselves? It appears the black hole is mustering all its might in one crash and wave. We must tear down that factory, or the war may never end. If we don't do this, who else would? We would! Commander Kenway!
Yes.
If we pool our might and fight as one, our chance of victory increases. Wouldn't you agree now? That's right. Together, we're greater than the sum of our parts. So, we're here to help as well. Blue Moon is still recovering from a recent skirmish, but their support is unwavering too.
Copy.
I understand now. It's not that we've been fighting this war on our own. You've always been there, fighting your own fights against our common foe. Woo! Together, we stand strong. The liberation of Green Earth is at hand. Well, this is probably one that's gonna really suck for getting air or naval units going. So we probably have Jess handle it, and then... I guess we either run Sammy or we run Sensei. Because both of them are awesome.
I won't lose.
But chances are... Wait a second, is it 2 more COs? This is gonna be a 3-on-1? Well, okay then. That's the case.
turn.
Try to keep up.
Who do we choose? Yes.
So I thought this was gonna end up being like End of Gold Comet, where we had to choose one of either ally faction, but it looks like we just get everyone. Or I guess every faction. That's probably the better way to put it.
Huh?
Oh, should I really take this one? Seems like we need better air support. Well, I hope this really is the last battle. Hawk may be pretty intimidating, but I'm not about to back down from a battle. Troops, get ready to take the field.
Good.
That the enemy CO seems like a real tough guy, but I see right through him. I'm going for his weak point. Yep, Sammy sure does start in a corner with not a lot to work with, so, you know? Infantry commander when you've got basically no econ. Seems good. Oh, and this factory is not positioned in a way to give him free battleships and subs over and over and over. Definitely set up to be a bit more defensive, though. This barrier is gonna make it annoying to get at this, unless... Well, I guess if we could get rockets up here. Because air units also can't pass through the pipes, so it's not like he can defend with his airfield either. We have to actually get over there, though. Oh boy. Wow, since they got a really crappy starting position, I'm glad I didn't pick Kanbei. Yep, Sensei is just not gonna be relevant for like the first 15 turns. Neat. What are we doing here? Jess also doesn't have that much money. But I don't see us making any kind of deep play with a T-copter or anything. So we probably just get our econ rolling. What we're probably aiming to do is cut through these, take down this, take these factories, and get in for the rocket kill. Yeah, the approach is completely out of range of battleships. And since the pipes block air units, doing it with a bomber would be pretty meh. So yeah, let's probably get a rockets up and do the deed that way. So let's get our econ rolling. This will also be a question of how much do we give to Sammy too here. She's gonna have to hold against whatever's coming out of here. So we probably need to try to give her a bit of an econ bump too. So we'll probably let her have this island. We might need battleships here to take care of these. Unless... well, we could do just bombers, which won't be as good as eagles, but here's what it is. Ever since I taught you how obstruct an enemy AI works, Engage became a lot more broken. Yep. Like I said, there's a reason No Emblem turned into like half obstruct spam. Man. Kanbei's, or not Kanbei, Sensei's base is so sad. It's tempting to go aggro early, but I think we should do this. Go up here, because like we could save to get a bomber and then try to start disrupting these, but doesn't seem like the best idea. Did Lucina run out? Time for Corrin to take over and crowd control things eternally. It's gonna take forever to get an airfield for Sensei too, which is like... the big thing he could help with here is getting some beehoppers up. But we're stuck needing to use the dumb sea route with crappy overpriced landers to get airport access. Okay, that is 3 free B-copters on turn 2. Nice balancing. I might need to set off the missiles on those copters to protect Sammy, so I think we're gonna build... some more infantry and do this. So this one will move over to set these off, and then we'll continue trying to get our econ otherwise. I've always found it a little strange that there are 2 factory maps that are mostly water with factory in the top right. I mean, I feel like that's probably part of them trying to escalate things. So, like, large maps with a lot of water, try to force naval and air stuff, and the factory just has to be in some corners, so I guess the top right is the easiest place to design. The Arctic Fox. Actually, Sammy herself can hit it there too. We might be able to actually get the capture in before B-copters reach us. We're gonna want to send out 2 landers here, but it's just like so expensive. Sensei, it's another 3,000 next turn. That'll be 4,000 the turn after. But these 2 will be busy doing further capturing. That leaves us 14,000, which is enough for a lander and 2 infantry. So we should be building infantry so that we can send the lander out. I think we're gonna have to target here first, just because, like, Sensei really needs an econ, even though I'd really like to have the B-copters. There's just so many more properties here compared to basically landing here and only getting 2. Playing Green Earth, yeah, you see a lot of blue water. Yes, it is quite curious. Yeah, indeed. Just completely trying to escalate everything, but... Yeah, I understand why there wouldn't be a full-on 4v1, just because the engine can't support it. Which is fair enough. I don't think there are many games that go beyond 4-player. Like, 4-player is even kind of rare by itself. Because 2-player is kind of like the default for any kind of multiplayer in a lot of cases. How badly do we want this airport with Jess? Because it might be a better idea to go past with the first chopper and start working on this factory. And then this back T-copter can pick this up afterward. Or we could even just bypass it entirely and under the assumption this guy will get it after getting this city. And go for the seaport and airport. You know, I think I might actually do that. Have this T-copter go in for those. Or not this one, the one that's behind it. This one. Which then begs the question of what do we do with our money for the rest of this? So if we don't spend now, next turn we could buy a bomber and start working on this stuff. Is just CO power. Yeah, restores fuel and ammo. And that's part of the all units clause. So that means we could keep any battleships or bombers just far afield. And anytime we use their CO power, they would just get all their ammo back. And their fuel. Yeah, I think I like that. Because that means we could be hammering these with bombers and then just get it back so that we don't have to have rigs following them around or whatever. Especially when it's 80% water and it's gonna be a pain to do anything with them. The show is good. Yeah, pulling out your feelings. The Pretty much all the anime for Uma is pretty good at that. Like, they excel at doing character stuff. Plot stuff can vary in quality a lot. I would say Cinderella Grey is probably one of the ones that actually gets the plot down too, though. We could have an AA pull in behind. The problem is, and then they've got a free medium tank here too. And a fighter. I guess the medium tank will take a bit to get here. So in that time, we can have captured this and maybe put down an artillery, or we just spam mechs so that it's really difficult for the medium tank to get through. So yeah, let's... Yeah, since those choppers are gonna get here faster, let's protect ourselves with an anti-air. Hey, theme for this run or just playing through the story? Just playing through the story. Because this is my first time playing through this stuff, so I'm just, like, using who I like. We'll use a more optimal setup for when we do challenge. Although I might still... I'll probably still use Sammy here, unless Challenge Run changes things, like, drastically on this map. That's likely I'll want to use Eagle over Jess when we're being more serious for this particular map. I guess we'll probably still have to just use Sensei here, because like Kanbei is so horrifically overpriced that he'll never get off this island, and Sonia's just garbage. So it's pretty much only Sensei is a sensible selection. Seems difficult to do themed runs of the games campaign, seeing as how most maps lock the players to you. That's true. You've never seen Sammy or Jess on this map, so you thought it might have been a challenge thing? Nah. But like, we're only playing normal mode basically because it's forcing me to not do challenge, so... feel like having infantry be good here when your econ is just starts out as total garbage is, I don't know, pretty good. Got that chopper incoming. Alright. If we divert to this now, we can get this airport. Is what your least favorite map's S rank, speaking of challenge? Yeah, I'm not really a fan of how Advanced Wars is ranking, so I usually don't care about scoring. Coppers are spread out now. I could still nail one of them and get the medium tank and put on the mix. Actually, we can catch the artillery too. Sure, I guess. See if we can get the bomber to do something. They do have that fighter now, so might be difficult, but let's see what we can do. Hooray! Gold Comet gets to be vaguely relevant. Sort of. What are we on? Turn... get out of sea. Well, whatever. Game will tell us after. So day 5, we're finally getting out of our starting spot. That player appears to be diverting towards chest, so... there's a good chance we don't actually get to do too much with this bomber. It'll take a while to build our own fighter, so... I guess we could build a cruiser. Hate the idea of it, but we might have to. It'd be great if we could make dusters instead, but that's not a thing in this game. We'll see. See if this cannon ends up turning my infantry. But hopefully, because the T-Copter is still here, it just takes the hit. Definitely could get ugly if all this heads over here. No, I think I'm gonna build the artillery back here. So I think I'm gonna be willing to put mechs out on this top factory. I guess we'll have just enough money to do a lander. Or no, wait, we'll have a little bit more. It'll be 14,000. Yeah, man, imagine picking Kanbei here and just being like pushed out of all the thresholds of getting off the island by a couple turns. Do you need to go after the T-Copter? Okay. So the fighter's trying to threaten the transport. Which... Sure, whatever. Go ahead. So do that. So yeah, for here, killing this, and it's not gonna be quite. I was hoping to lure it into range of the AA, but I won't be able to do that. Although I guess we can move this out of range here, and maybe use the other T-Copter for that. Because the problem is going to be that wherever we move it, fighter could either go in a place that is out of range. Yeah, because if we're here, we go here, and then they won't be close enough. So we'll have to probably delay lowering it for another turn. Well, we could build our own fighter here over the cruiser. I think I'd rather do that just because, like, cruisers are so bad that if a B-copter initiates on them, then they're losing. So if we have the money, we should do the fighter. Extra 3,000. It's not really anything I want to buy with it. I could technically buy... I guess I could technically buy another mech and pick it up with this transport after. I don't know if we'd have anywhere relevant to go with it though, aside from... Because like building here directly would probably just be better. So I think we save our money. Extremely Gremlin. And thanks for the hydrate. Lots of bet this finding tonight. I guess I could also build another AA here. I almost forgot about capping down here. That would be annoying. Okay. You found a damage table for Advanced Wars DS that says B-Copter versus any ship is 25%. 1 and 2 both are 55% versus cruisers? Gross. 25% versus all other ships. But why? It's 25, or versus AA, it's 25% at all tables. Like, why would you make the anti-air unit crap against air? It barely exists for anything else. Like, I guess it kills subs, but... still so bad. Why am I paying 18,000 for something that loses to something half its price? You're asking that question? Yeah, I guess. Cruiser is basically just an expensive, hyper-specialized anti-sub unit. Which then makes me not want to build any naval units, because then if it's bad at anti-air, then I can't protect my other naval units. So why would I ever build naval units if the specialized units are so bad at their job? Oh boy. The free Neo tanks. Wait, what? Why is it? It's a weird spot to put the fighter, although I guess it ends this T-Copper. Alright, I'm gonna bait this fighter in up here. So we can hit it with Sammy's AA. Definitely not capturing the seaport since this guy got injured, but being the airport will potentially be big if once we get this cannon down. So what are we doing with our 15k? Probably just save, I guess. Can build any medium tanks from the factory here, or I guess jets will be rich enough that we could do rockets. Because this thing is like super in the way. So, having the 5 range lets it fire around and hit the other stuff. So yeah, I think we save and start putting down the expensive hardware with jets, medium tanks, and rockets. And Sammy can provide a front line with her mechs. Although coordinating the push might be a little bit annoying. Actually, you know what? Sammy could build her own rockets here. They can reach this. Looks like this lander might be beating us to the punch, depending. Rip APC. Wait, what is he doing? He's sending an awful lot of the B-Copters south-ish and then not really going in with them. So, this infantry getting tagged, having Sammy's capture means that she doesn't have to worry about taking longer. Do we wanna... Yeah, I think I'm gonna use this missiles here. Disrupt the enemy. Anything we can do to inflict damage without actually directly attacking his stuff, so we give him as little charge as possible. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to wrest this away here with Sensei, because all I've got are 2 infantry and they can't contest this tank and a B-Copter. But we're probably gonna have to bomb this to prevent them from actually getting the airport. This has gotten kind of weird and awkward awfully fast. So I wanted to use more brute force with Jess here, but that brute force is coming in the form of needing to have bombers in the southern section. just gonna launch this one to make sure that they can't use it. Okay, so maybe we can see about going after this one. That's interesting formation they decided to take there. I guess the lack of fuel is kind of stranding this guy too. So we could kind of just move away and let the fighter flail until it falls over. I guess it's time to start making some tanks with Jess. still not even at his regular power. No, never mind the super. So that's good. Alright, do we keep doing mechs? Shockingly, he's not trying to press us with the medium or neo tank. Because things definitely could have gotten really messy at this choke point if he had, but he decided to just hang back. Same with the choppers, they're kind of just hanging out over here instead of actually pushing us. Choppers make it kind of problematic. Go for the landing here. Though the lander likely draws fire from the coppers, so we might be able to just get in and start working on it anyway. You know what, I'm gonna... I'm gonna divert this lander back. Hello, Shion. Welcome to the stream. That's annoying. So much for baiting them into attacking the transport. Should I get this federal put to come back around, but I guess if nothing else, it strands it that way. It's going. Hawk is playing really passively. He gets a lot of free crap, so that top right corner is just crammed full of really expensive garbage. I guess the only thing with its configuration... I probably should have left this airport for Sammy. Because Ashley's not able to get a seaport. Although we could technically do funny Sammy Neo things. Seems a little questionable, but we could do it. Otherwise, we could support the infantry with more rockets. But then they're gonna start to get in the way of each other. I think the big thing I'd probably want is something assault phase, which it might have to be another rockets or something. It's gonna take forever to get over here. I think that's probably what we want to do, because I think the Neo tank's just gonna actually get in the way. think I'll save my money here. Oops. Forgot to move that transport. Oh well. Well, this is kind of awkward. Bomber could push on forward. But I think Sensei should be okay on his own handling these. So I think going after the central mini cannon is probably going to be a bigger deal. We probably don't want to be flying around a ton anymore because its fuel's starting to get low and we're not really charged yet. Oh, this fighter is so screwed. He's gonna blow up as soon as he gets his turn. Which means I guess this Cheekopter got to live. Fancy that. This is being a very... I guess because I didn't know what the map looked like before I went into this. It's definitely been weird because this is like... Yep, we sure are just spamming bombers with just. We're definitely getting jammed up on each other here, though. Because the talk keeps trying to capture this, and all this stuff gets in the way. This sure is a mess over here. Don't like that bomber and Neo tank there, so what if we just hit him with a few missiles?
How long have you been standing there?
Hey Tim, you're actually streaming? What are you streaming? Somehow this map manages to be both open and cramped at the same time. I mean, I blame the naval combat, because like, naval transports are awful. You streamed for almost 5 hours? So what'd you do then? This is a very weird redirection of everyone's resources. We're just like not playing anyone's specialties. Just the way maps have played out. Although, Sensei might finally get to make B-copters when the map is basically over, or is gonna be closing in on it. Sammy started doing her specialty, but there's not much to capture. True, I guess. But I'm deploying a lot of indirects with her too. Okay, I guess we won't get to do B-copiers because it's putting missiles down here. It's a problem with damaging this is he's probably gonna be charged. Yeah, so he's probably gonna block wind us. I think it's getting up super awkward here. Like, technically all we need to do is pull that. Then they can come in back and just pick this off and then pick this off, and that's that. He finally realized when he gets a powers, I will become clogged with infantry or mechs. Yeah. Like this and this. Sensei will just have a ton of mechs, so I'll be like, oh. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these infantry. They're just gonna get in the way if I try to move them up. Oh, you're playing the Super Robot Wars 30 finale. Did you stream the entire thing? Tempted to leave them in the transport to protect them from the Black Wind, but I think the damage loss from taking another turn would be worse than just losing a couple hit points. These are also about to go to 3 health, though. We're probably not gonna get this Sabro now.
Are you prepared?
Double free bomber.
Black Storm.
Actually, we still didn't do that much to Sensei's infantry, shockingly. Oh, rip that. I guess we can use the Neo tank to protect the rocket, but it's kind of irritating that it's like that. Ah, still found a way to make that work. Yeah, this is a real mess though. The directing how the big cannon's weak point is always the bomb, regardless of the direction they aim. Yeah, I imagine it's because of the way the spriting was in the original. So that they probably had to have it like that just to not have it look weird. And then that would have been something to carry forward into the remake. Or remaster. Eagle got his way, and now the Green Earth Sea has to become air focus. True. He's gotta be like super rich at this point, just because he keeps getting all this free garbage, so... Kinda surprised that he's just like... turned into a mech spammer. Yeah, I think it does. Or does it? Well, it showed me during its turn. So maybe we can't see it now. But it should show... It should show when his actual turn comes around. So I would assume he's pretty rich, but... is doing this for whatever reason. You can feel free to fight my Neo tank with his regular tank. We'll just keep trying to capture here, but there's a good chance we don't survive long enough to take it. And even if we do, this missiles us here, so... I don't think there's a lot we can do about that. Pretty much not getting it. Rip that brave fighter. I don't think this bomber is making it back. Unless... Unless I use the power, which I will probably do... potentially do next turn, I guess. So it'll depend on if this thing can survive hanging out in the air until then. Oh, what a huge mess over here. Yeah, this just got real awkward. They were so close. But unfortunately, those choppers are gonna get him down.
Overdrive!
There we go, and look! That bomber that was about to run out of ammo and fuels all the way back at full. Hilarious. You know, at this rate, we might actually just end up pushing through him before, since he has a chance to backdoor him. But he does have a lot of bodies in the way. Having a bit of a time with everything jamming up here, though. turning this bridge into a bit of a meat grinder, unfortunately, but... nothing for it at this point. Got the black cannon. Multiple Neo tanks for free. Amazing. Wait, did he just drop the missiles? Yeah, he's like, wow, the missiles will clearly stop that Neo tank. This map is just like basically designed to be as cramped as possible, so you have to use Eagle on Lightning Strike. Otherwise, everyone's falling all over each other. About to do the charge again. So you should just unleash as much as possible because it's not gonna really matter. Let's kill everything that we can. Since any charge he gains is just gonna overflow. No, it's... Blue Moon is out. They give the excuse that they were recovering from a recent skirmish. So you pick one of each remaining faction. I don't think there's anything else we can do with Jess here. Has a lot of Neo tanks, though. Yeah, no option of grit for the extra rocket range or doing call-in shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, this pipe can still be basically cheesed by Sensei. Because all this can be reached by rockets. It's just, I guess, Grid would be allowed to just bypass fighting the mini cannon. Oh, that's true. A Grit battleship could, in fact, hit it from here. Although you'd need multiple battleships, but yeah. Yeah, a couple of battleships hanging out here might have been enough if Grit was allowed. So I imagine that might be why Blue Moon is not allowed to participate. funny how we've been here for like 6 turns back here, but you didn't send any of the choppers to try to stop us. That's why I built the AA, because I was like, well, if we're doing this, we're probably gonna make the battlecopters angry, but we didn't. This map has been very strange. Because all the responses I've been predicting him bringing to bear, he just doesn't do. He just sits here and turtles in the corner. Yeah, he tried to defend with a missile and a lone regular tank. It's strange. Wait, is he not... He's not using his super? But why? But yeah, it's... basically because Kanbei is super overexpensive, making that island suck. The options are Sonya or Sensei, and Sensei is actually good while Sonya is hot garbage, so... it's a pretty easy choice to make, I guess. Alright. Apparently, for some reason, Hawk didn't use his super. I don't know if he decided it wasn't enough value that he'd be doing in damage to us or what, but... I guess I can't complain? Question mark? Couldn't roll that extra 2%, huh? don't know if there's gonna be any other real chances to do this.
Here I come. Victory march.
Gotta love it when you can just one-shot some tanks with a mech. Well, if he doesn't use his super on this next turn, I don't know when he's gonna use it. Because he probably, if he'd used it on this last turn, he probably could have prevented us from making this push entirely. Yeah, why not? We got this missile we could use at some point, I suppose. Alright, well. Not really much else to do with Sensei. Is he using it? No? What's with the AI? Why is it he just not... I get it. boys to do this, but we need to clear things out of the way. Although Sammy's not really gonna be able to reach. Yeah, it feels kind of pointless saying that. We could be one toe closer to attack. Kinda don't want to move this artillery, because then Jess is gonna get in the way of moving up with Sammy here. We don't have enough for a charge on him. So it's like, damn. These missiles aren't quite enough. Or the rocket's not quite enough because we don't two-shot it. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up like this. I'll take the damage, but then that should allow us to finish the mini cannon off. This really is actually looking like, by the time we backdoor this, Jess is just gonna be in here killing stuff. Yeah, he just has stopped using his super for some reason. Missiles is really being a problem. I don't think we're going to be able to break through this. At least not right now. We're gonna keep pushing. Because we need to get at that missiles. Either that or Sensei backdoors him. Either works. But we're gonna require several more turns before Sensei can do that, so... Alright, good night, Sim. Thanks for watching, and thanks again for the raid. Well, that was better than I thought it would be. we can do a little bit of damage from missiles. But we can also move the rocket up here so that it runs. Although there's a lot of ways its missiles could take out one of the planes to allow them to get at it. We have devolved into Sammy Neo tanks because I have nothing better to do with their money. And it takes forever to get the mechs up here now. I don't know if that'll reduce the damage enough, but it especially won't defeat Black Storms, but you know. Left with 1%, huh? Alright, he's still not using it. The AI has just officially given up or something, I don't know. I guess we lost both of our fighters, so that free fighter basically stops us from getting in there. It's annoying. That takes care of the missiles. To feel the wrath of Sammy Neo tanks or something. Oh, that's so stupid. And of course, we can't reach without being here, so you know. Yeah, at this rate we might end up routing him. Well, maybe not, because that stuff on the island is not stuff I want to pursue. Well, this is awkward. Well, I guess another option, if we weren't about to just like backdoor him like this, would be to capture this and build battleships. few more turns. I guess it's... Maybe I should stop that. Though I don't think we can actually reach it here. What a pain this has been. I guess I could have also capped this to take more money away from him. Triple A's, huh? Yeah, there's like no shot we would have broken through this with all that extra crap in the way. It's very much a map just designed around Eagle. We're just gonna skip through the turns here. It's not really gonna matter when Sensei's getting the win. I guess that is the map.
Let me see.
So, this is how it ends. Yeah, Sensei's rockets barely not strong enough to two-shot pipes. Very rip. Commander, what are your orders, sir? Do as you please. It matters not. And you, Commander, you're not planning on going down with the factory. That would be foolish. This place may be important, but I've no desire to die with it. Now go. If you want to save your skin, you must do it yourself. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir. I must admit this is one situation I never expected to see myself in. Yet, I survive.
And where there is life, there is opportunity.
We did it! We were able to take the factory!
Huzzah!
Nicely done! And how about the enemy CO? Missing in action, sir. He disappeared at the time the factory was secured. That's no surprise. Well, good work out there, soldier.
Thank you.
It's finally over. Look upon this great land of green earth. It is now a land of peace. Ew, that's nice.
What?
Really? That's it? What's it? Nice? I thought you'd be a little more, I don't know, excited?
Oh, yeah.
This is my excited, it's just that I'm ready for a long nap. Hooey, I'm bushed. I guess we all have our own way to celebrate a victory. Congratulations on your victory. As your ally, we were very happy.
Ha!
We couldn't have done it without your assistance. On behalf of the people of Green Earth, I thank you.
Yes.
Hearing that makes the journey worthwhile. Yes, it does. Now, Commander Eagle, I think you grasp the situation, but this war isn't over yet. Correct. And you know where that pipe leads. Until we defeated Black Hole on their own turf, the war will never truly be over.
Ugh.
Just when I thought things might ease up a bit, sounds like things are going to get tougher. Well, it's not like the combat we've seen up until now has been child's play. We've proven so far that no matter the foe, we won't lose. Speaking of falling asleep, Sensei.
Well, I'm big. Look who's here.
Yeah, so this looks like a multi-mission thing. Although there's only a small amount of land, so it's probably like 1 and then 2. So kind of like Advance Wars 1 where we fought fake Sturm and then real Sturm. And Sturm takes command, blitz the Black Hole Citadel. Also, the amount of properties on this first map definitely makes it clear that there's no shot this is the last actual mission. Days of Ruin didn't do that? No. They didn't... They didn't do a double matchup with Kohler, but it's sort of like that, because there's one last fight with Tabitha, which is... It's actually really similar to the Advance Wars 1 one, where there's a lot of neutral territory in the center, and you can basically disrupt Tabitha if you prevent her from getting the factory in the middle. Her AI just flips out. It's the same way that Sturm's AI just breaks down in Advance Wars 1 in the fake fight with him. If he doesn't get that factory, he just kind of doesn't quite know what to do. So it's like similar map design. So I kind of feel like that must have intentionally been a homage to the first game, or first Advance Wars, since I guess that's technically not the first game in the series, but you know. Same difference, right? Yeah, I guess, I would wager with this few properties, this is probably a relatively quick one, and then there's the one that falls is probably like a 3-hour map. So maybe next time we pick this up, we finish about halfway through the session and get to actually start challenging mode from there. We'll see. Maybe I'm underestimating what's actually here. It's like, surprise, there's actually 4 more missions! But yeah, we'll take it as it comes. Anyhow, so yeah, that'll be it for me for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be returning to Uma Musume. We will be taking a crack at getting her ready for the next CM. So it's a few weeks away. We have to deal with the stupid shenanigans of getting out of Turf C with mid-career inspirations, and man, it sucks, so it's gonna be something, alright. So yeah, probably we can expect a lot of resetting. I've been trying to set up parents for, but I'm at the point where it's just I'm sick of running the Auguries and the Ryans and not having anything better pop up, so we'll probably just go with what we have. Then after that, on Friday, Sunday, Monday, we'll be picking up the Silver Snow Talent Lock run again. We're still quite early in 3 houses, so we're getting stuck in that parallel whirlpool of light clouds, so plenty of content left there. Probably be doing it for the next few weeks, so I'll work through it bit by bit. And I haven't determined what's when for Wednesday, Thursday next week. I don't know if there's anything actually releasing or not. I don't think there is, so I may just arbitrarily set one to Uma, one to this. Yeah, that's the schedule for the upcoming week. So, looks like Solomon's online. He's doing some Eternal Returns, so I guess why don't we pop in there, see how his luck's been. Is he doing ranked? Yeah, I guess he is. Looks like he's still doing ranked. Yay, ranked suffering. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Uma. If not, on Friday for Silver Snow, and if not that, perhaps sometime in the middle of next week to pick this up again and beat Sturm. Hopefully, anyway. Have yourselves a good night.